Well, hello everybody and welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G. John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Saturday only here on YouTube. We'll be joining Oldies and More Radio beginning at midnight tonight, but welcome to the June 24th, 2023 50s and early 60s edition of the Vinyl Treasure Show. We're here from 9 p.m. Eastern Time till midnight, usually about, when I got usually a little over an hour, probably about an hour. I want it to be less than an hour tonight. I got 60 records to play tonight. That's a lot of requests there, but thank you all for being here today. It's hot day here in New York City. It was very hot and humid. I had the AC on upstairs all day here working on the show, but glad you are here. If you're new to the program, just finding out about it, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Click the bell to get notifications when Johnny G is on live. And I play my original 50s and early 60s vinyl 45s. We opened up with a cool instrumental. It's actually a flip side from last week, as last week I played a request for listener Big Dave Swinger, who was in our YouTube chat room, tenor sax man, originally from Greensboro, North Carolina, his 7th of 20 for Mercury Records. Last week I featured a song called Short Circuit, which was a pretty cool jump. Tonight, we heard the flip side there, a song he wrote called Fingertips, as requested by Big Dave Swinger, November 55, Mr. Red Prysock on Mercury with Fingertips. Well, that's enough of Johnny G's babbling here. Let's open up the vocal portion for tonight. And this group, let me see. Actually, this record is a flip side from last week on the June 10th, 2023 vinyl. It's not last week. It was a week before. June 10th, 2023 Vinyl Treasure Show. Played a request for listener Angelo Papagallo from listening in Maine. I don't know if he's in the chat yet, but I didn't see it. He requested the Rajas. The Rajas out of New Haven, Connecticut, but they're really the Nutmegs, and their release on Marty Kugel's Click label called I Fell in Love with Leroy Griffin on lead. Well, let's open up tonight's vocal portion with the flip side of that, the B-side. It's a song Leroy Griffin wrote. He is on lead. We open up for November 1957 with the Rajas on Click. It's called Shifting Sand.
Ba 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 doo-wop, doo-wop, you. Ba ba doo-wop, doo-wop, you. Ba ba doo-wop, doo-wop. Shifting sands brings out the love in me. Darling, you know you're mine. Can't you see? Desert light burning out our misery. Your tender kisses just turn sand to sea. Shifting sand, tell me that you're no mirage. I'll give you my caravan to gaze at the stars. Desert love, burning out our misery. Your tender kisses just turn sand to sea. Shifting sand, tell me that you're no mirage. I'll give you my caravan to gaze at the stars.
Yeah, we open up the vocal portion there with the Rajas, a.k.a. the Nutmegs. November 1957 release. That's on Marty Kugel's Click Records out of the state of Connecticut. Shifting Sands is the name of the tune. I want to welcome you all to the Vinyl Treasure Show. If you haven't done so, please tell your friends about the program. This is actually a new way for collectors and lovers of the music. It's like a new medium, really, or media. I don't know if I said it right, but where can you see the original labels of this stuff? I mean, I don't have everything, but I have a lot of things, a lot of cool records out of my collection. You know, we count down the music chronologically here on the 50s and early 60s edition, and let's start it off here with an early side as we go back to September of 1951, and this is again for Big Dave Swinger in our YouTube chat room. This gal, she was born in Colfax, Louisiana, but she relocated to Brooklyn, New York, and she had a big #1 R&B hit back in 1947 on the Manor label called I Want to Be Loved, parentheses, by Only You. I think I have that on a Manor 78, if I'm not mistaken. But she has this tune on RCA Records. It's her first of 5. This song, though, first recorded, it's a cover. This song first recorded by Eddie Howard back in 1951. This one is from September of 51, a request for listener Big Dave Swinger. And this was actually a pretty big hit for her, #5 record on the Billboard back in 51. And there is an uncredited vocal group on this. They are the Four Tunes backing her up. I forgot to say hello to my mom that's tuned into the program, and I predict she's going to like this song. So, Ma, I think you will like this record. We go to September of 1951 for Savannah Churchill and the Four Tunes on RCA Records. This going out to Big Dave Swinger. It's called It's No Sin.
Do 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 do. Take away the breath of flowers, it would surely be a sin. Take the rain from April showers, it's a sin. Take away the violins, dear, from a lovely symphony, and the music deep within would cease to be. Is it a sin? Is it a sin to love you so? To love you so. To hold you close. I know you are leaving. Though you take away my heart, dear, still the beating there within. I'll keep loving you forever, for it's no sin. Is it a sin to love you so? To hold you close, I know you are leaving. Though you take away my heart, dear, still the beating there within. I'll keep loving you forever, for it's no sin.
early sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there going out to Big Dave Swinger, September 1951. That's the first of 5 on RCA Records for Savannah Churchill and the Four Tunes on RCA Records. In parentheses, it says it's no, and then it's sin. But a lot of groups recorded that song. They did, and I have a bunch of them in my collection, of course. But anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's move into 1952 now. You're going to get a mix of some requests for listeners over in the UK, and we started off here with a request for listener Abigail Rocket Blast. Now, after the bass of the Dominoes, Bill Brown, left the group, he formed this next group, and he called them the Checkers, recording for Sid Nathan's King record label. Now, Abigail requested their debut single, tune written by Henry Glover, and it features the bass lead of the originator, Bill Brown, on lead. We go to August 1952. This is for Abigail in the UK. The Checkers on King. It's called Oh, 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 Baby.
Oh, baby, you make me feel so good. And something you got that makes my blood run hot. Hey, baby, you sure keep me in the mood. Hey, baby, you keep me feeling good. You sure thrill me so with the light down low. Hey, baby, you sure keep me in the mood. I like the way you whisper in my ear. Say the little thing I like to hear. Keep on loving me, kiss me again. Not now, baby, I'll tell you in here, baby. You got me loving you now. There's something you do that makes me holler out, baby. You sure keep me in the mood. You in here, baby. You got me loving you now. There's something you do that makes me holler out, baby. You sure keep me in the mood. Oh, baby. You sure keep me in the mood. Oh, baby. You sure keep me in the mood. Oh, baby. You sure keep me in the mood. Oh, baby. You sure keep me in.
That's going out to Abigail Rocket Blast, listening over in the UK. Sound of the Checkers there. Bill Brown and the Checkers, August 1952, 62, yeah, really. August 1952 release on Sid Nathan's King record label. Oh, 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 Baby, the name of the tune. That's their debut single. The flip side is an excellent ballad, by the way. As we continue here on Vinyl Treasure, this is a request for listener Tom Shaughnessy in Florida, and he is celebrating his 80th birthday today. So let's say happy birthday to Tom Shaughnessy. Now, he requested, I thought he was going to request Today Is Your Birthday by this group, but he did not. But he requested this vocal quartet recorded too on Jerry Blaine's Jubilee record label. This is their second release and probably the harder of the two releases they do. It's with Buddy Lucas's Band of Tomorrow. The lead singer on this, her name is Della Simpson. This is going out to the birthday boy, Tom Shaughnessy, 80 years young today. This is from April 52, The Enchanters on Jubilee. It's called I've Lost.
'cause all I ever had in life I've lost. Your faith you should restore. Don't make a plaything of me. I know I treated you so unfair. Ooh. But if you ever trusted me, now's the time to see my cause. 'Cause all I ever had in life I've
April 1952 release there for Della Simpson. Della Simpson and the Enchanters. That's their second release on Jubilee Records, I've Lost. Tommy, 80's only a number. You can't look at these things. He was telling me that he was not happy that he was turning that age. I said, you can't. You need to look at it as a number. It's nothing. It means nothing. As long as you enjoying the music, that's really all that counts. That's what I say. But of course, Della Simpson, she would later be the lead of the Deltones. I think that group just turned into the Deltones, recording for Rainbow Records. Anyway, let's continue here. Let's move into 1953 now with another flip side from last week, as this is a request for listener Daryl Letts. Now, Jimmy Amato requested the flip side of this group from Harlem, called the Five Willows. It was their first of three on the Allen label. Last week I featured Rock Little Francis. Daryl requested the flip with Tony Middleton on lead. We go to May of 1953, the Five Willows on the Allen label. This is for Daryl. It's called My Dear, Dearest Darling.
Ba 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 do do do.
Well, my dear, dear, dearest darling, love you so. Wrote you a letter, want you to know that I love you, so I won't let you go. But anytime you're near me and you want me, I want you to be mine at all times. My love will be with you forever, darling. Yes, I want you for now and need you again. Well, my dear, dear, dearest darling, love you so. Wrote you a letter, want you to know that I love you, so I won't let you go.
Oh, I can see the stars are falling. Oh, where can you be? I need you so madly. My heart beats for you madly. I'm crazy
I'm
about
crazy.
you, my dear.
Oh, my dear, well, my dear, dear, dear darling, love you so. Wrote you a letter, want you to know that I love you, so I won't let you go. My darling, I love you.
That's going out to Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat room, the sound of the Five Willows, Tony Middleton, and the Five Willows, May 1953 on the Allen label, My Dear, Dearest Darling. Of course, you know they would have a big hit in 1956 on Morty Kraft's Melba label with Church Bells May Ring. That was the group's biggest hit. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. We stay in 1953 with a request for Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat. Now, the biggest hit for this group from the Washington Heights section of New York was a song called I. Just the letter I. It was their second of three on Bobby Robinson's Red Robin record label, but Jimmy requested the B-side. It features Charles Sampson on lead. We go to November of 1953. These are the Velvets. The Velvets on Red Robin for Jimmy Amato. It's called At Last.
Tip, 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 boom, boom, boom.
At last, we're together to start anew. I'll always remember you. Remember you. At last, we're together to start again. Baby, it's not the same. Not the same. Now bells will ring and choirs will sing. This love was meant to be, but people will know that I loved you so. This love was meant to be. Oh yes, at last we're together to start again. Darling, it's not the same. Not the same.
But people will know that I love you so. This love was meant to be.
Oh yes, at last we're together to start anew. I'll always remember. Remember you.
Remember you.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Those are the Velvets. The Velvets, their second of three on Bobby Robinson's Red Robin record label. The flip side of I, which was their biggest hit, this song called At Last from November of 1953. That's going out to Jimmy Amato. The masters, or I think all their, I know this master was, but their masters were sold to Pilgrim I think that was Cecil Steen, Steen, I think was his name, that owned Pilgrim Records. And they also came out on a subsidiary of Pilgrim, Event Records. Maybe that was sometime in the early 1960s. Probably if you bought that record, if you didn't get the original at Times Square, you either got maybe the Pilgrim or the event copy. Anyway, the original on Red Robin. We continue here. How about a twin spin on the Red Robin record label? This one for listener Daniel Kubacki. Back to Harlem, New York we go. This group recorded 5 for Bobby Robinson's Red Robin record label. Their biggest hit was their second release, was called Is It a Dream? This is the follow-up. It features Joe Duncan on lead. We go to August of 1953 for the Vocaliers. The Vocaliers, by request for Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. It's called I Walk Alone for Daniel.
Lonely, I walk alone, long for you only. I walk alone down the street of dreams,
Down the street of dreams.
I walk alone. You left me this way. I walk alone. I have my day. I walk alone. It's alone and blue. Oh, you left me with one thing. Your presence was here before, but there's just memories, memories, memories. You've gone and closed the door. Oh, 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 alone. You left me here. I walk alone for you, my dear. I walk alone. It's alone and blue. Alone and blue.
That's going out to Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room there. The sound of the Vocaliers. Joe Duncan and the Vocaliers, August 1953 on Red Robin Records. I Walk Alone is the name of the tune. That is their third, what did I say? That was their third of 5? Yes, I did, on Red Robin Records, of course. They have other releases, a great tune on Vest Records, The Night is Quiet. I think that was requested here. I think it was Mike Sape that requested that tune. It's an excellent tune, one of my favorites by the group. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We move into 1954 now. This is a request for listener Mandy Williams in the UK. Now, this group is from the Morrisania section of New York's South Bronx. They're known as the Chords. Now, with their debut single, folks at Atlantic Records, the subsidiary Cat label, wanted to push the side called Cross Over the Bridge. I featured that not too long ago. Somebody requested that record. I forget who. It was a cover of the Patti Page hit, but the DJ started playing the flip side, and it became the group's biggest hit. So they said, well, you know what? We can't, let's put something else on the flip side. Little Maiden was the one that they put on the flip side of the record that started taking off. This is from April 1954. This is going out to Mandy Williams. Mandy Williams on, this is going out to Mandy Williams on the Cat label. The song is called Shaboom for Mandy Williams in the UK.
Life could be a dream, life could be a dream. Do 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 shaboom.
Life could be a dream if I could take you up in paradise up above. If you would tell me I'm the only one that you love, life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello, hello again. Shaboom, and open we'll meet again. Boom, ding dong, ding dong, a lang, a lang, a lang. Oh, whoa, whoa, flip, a bib, a do, a dib. Oh, life could be a dream. If only all my precious plans would come true. If you would let me spend my whole life loving you, life could be a dream, sweetheart.
Every time I look at you, something is on my mind. If you do what I want you to, baby, we'd be so fine.
Oh, life could be a dream. Shaboom, if I could take you up in paradise up above. Shaboom, and tell me, darling, I'm the only one that you love. Life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello, hello again. Shaboom, and hope we meet again. Boom, boom. Oh, life could be a dream. Life could be a dream, sweetheart. Shaboom, if I could take you up in paradise up above. Shaboom, and tell me, darling, I'm the only one that you love. Life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello, hello again. Shaboom, and hope we meet again. Boom, boom, boom. Ding dong, ding dong, a lang, a lang, a lang, a lang, oh, whoa, bip, a bip, a do, a dip. Oh, life could be a dream. Life could be a dream. Do, 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 shaboom.
That's Carl Feaster and the Chords there by request for UK listener Mandy Williams. April 1954 on the Cat label. Shaboom is the name of the tune. Of course, the group's biggest hit, and charted number one on Billboard. Yeah, that was a number. Was that a number one? Yeah, number one on the Billboard Hot 100. Also number one in Dearborn. Well, it doesn't really make a difference, does it? It doesn't. But there you go. Got to say hi to. I have two UK listeners in my chat room. That's Tony Crosby listening over in the UK at this this AM hour over there. They are already in Sunday morning. And East and Mark listening over in the UK. Maybe there are others too that are being quiet about it. But anyway, let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. And up next is a request for listener Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. This group out of Philadelphia. Where's my other Philadelphia listener, Paul Greco, because I have a record coming up for him too. But this is on Herb Slotkin's Grand record label. And the song, they're singing about my favorite non-alcoholic drink. And that would be coffee. I love coffee, I do, but it has to be with half and half in it. Charlene says I should put milk in it. No, cream in it is what she says I should do, but I like it with half and half. But anyway, I used to drink a lot more, but I kind of tapered it down a little bit. But anyway, it's the group's 4th of 7 on Grand. The great lead singer George Grant on lead. This is on the Grand label. This comes, I think the first presses of this are on the Shiny Grand label. I have the very next press, that flat, Shiny Blue. This is the Flat Blue label. It's from July 1954 by request for Gordy Freeman, George Grant, and the Castells on Grand. It's called Over a Cup of Coffee.
I sit and I cry for you. With little do I know that you found someone new. I gaze at the stars in the sky and everything in view, because of the tears in my eyes. They seem to be crying too. And this is just your game. Then, darling, I'd rather not play. I know there'll come a day when you won't feel this way. Over a cup of coffee, I sit and I cry for you, because you have done me wrong. I have tears in my coffee too.
That's by request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. The sound of George Grant and the Castells. That's their 4th of 7 releases on Herb Slotkin's grand record label, Over a Cup of Coffee. Well, that's like my normal routine. You know, when I got to get my father up, I put on the. My mother has a 9-pot. What are they? Those Pyrex percolators, you know, where you put the filter in it, and then I put like 3 cups of, like, they got these scoopers of the Maxwell House coffee. We don't like it too strong, and I put half and half in it. I gotta listen up on the sugar, though. I do. Anyway, Johnny G here on a Saturday evening, babbling on. Welcome you to the Vinyl Treasure Show. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, playing original requests for you, the Vinyl Treasure Show listeners. We move into the year 1955. Now, last week, I played a request for UK listener Indrajit Advani. He requested this gal from Philadelphia, her second of 4 on the Modern label. It was called What was it called? I Played My Man. No, it was called My Man. It says I Played My Man. Charlene, that doesn't look right. It was called My Man. It was by Dolly Cooper, a.k.a. Linda Peters. I think she recorded as Linda Peters also. But Jim Lampley wants to hear the flip side. This was the side that I was familiar with. I used to get requests for this side. August 55, Dolly Cooper on the Modern label for Jim Lampley. If I say this right, the song is called it's spelled A-Y space L-A-Ba. Alaba for Dolly Cooper for Jim Lampley in Texas.
Hey, Lava, don't you hear me calling? Ooh, la la, baby, I'm falling. You know what I'm trying to say, so don't look the other way. Hey, Lava, you're my heart desire. Ooh, la la, set my soul afire. I'm shouting as loud as I can, so please sugar-coated darling. Ooh-wee, la-la-la. Don't you hear me calling? You know what I'm trying to say. Do I have to tell you more? Eh, la-ba. Gee, you look exciting. Ooh, ooh, la-la. Thrilling and inviting. I'm ready to take my leap. If you give me just one peep. When I say, la, ba, ooh, 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 la, la. La, la, ooh, 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 la, la. If you'd only wave your hand, I know that you understand. Hey, 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 la, ba, ooh, 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 la, la. Hey, 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 la, ba,
There you go. That's going out to Jim Lampley in Texas. That's Dolly Cooper. And it's either the Flares or the Flames. Marvin Pod's price guide says the Flares or the Flames on lead there. August 1955 on the modern label. A La Ba. That's... I got to listen to the record before I pronounce it. I do. Jimmy, you said it's on RPM too. Let me check his book again. I don't know if he had it on Modern or RPM, but that's on the Black Modern label. You know, Modern, they would run out of those colors if they had a big hit, but that wasn't a big hit, I don't think. Anyway, a cool record there. We continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in 1955. Here's a request for listener Paul Greco in Philadelphia. This group is from Johannesburg, South Africa, and in the 1940s and 50s. Singing in the 40s and the 50s. Now, Paul Greco requested their release on the London label. The members of this group were Joe Morgazzi, Ronnie Sihume, Rufus Kahuza, Nathan... What is that one, Charlene? How do I pronounce Mdledia? Medadi, and the one female in the group, Miriam Makeba. Now, she was in this group from 1954 to 1956. Plus, let's see, Charlene says she had a role in the 1959 film Comeback Africa. Of course, she would have a big hit. It's not on here, Charlene. A big hit in 1966 with Pata Pata on the Reprise label in 1966. That was her biggest hit. But here she is. She's singing with the Manhattan Brothers from October 1955. It's on the London label. It's going out to Paul Greco in Philadelphia. It's called Lovely Lies.
You tell such lovely lies with your two lovely eyes. When I leave your embrace, another takes my place. Your kiss that I adore makes me come back for more. Although my heart is wise to all your lovely lies. The devil is a woman, so enticing and also beguiling. And the devil is a woman who hates you while she's smiling. Lost in a masquerade, my heart is played and teared. A broken heart, my prize, for all your lovely lies. You tell such lovely lies with your
your lovely eyes when I leave your embrace. Another takes my place.
The devil is a woman, so enticing and also beguiling. And the devil is a woman who hates you while she's smiling.
Lost in a masquerade, my heart has played in pain. A broken heart, my prize.
For your lovely lies.
As going out to Paul Greco in Philadelphia there. Those are the Manhattan Brothers featuring Miriam Makeba. Did I say that right? Makeba? Is that how you say that name? I think so. And this charted number 45 on Billboard, was a big #1 record on WGUY in Bangor, Maine. So Angelo probably heard that record when it came out. October 1955, the Manhattan Brothers. Going out to Paul Greco, Lovely Lies. Johnny G not telling you lies, only original vinyl here. We don't play no MP3s, no stinking MP3s, and no CDs. And maybe we'll play CDs one day with unreleased stuff, possibly, if I figure out how to set it up. But we'll play LP cuts and 78s coming up soon, and original 45s. As we are in 1955, we go to Los Angeles, California now, with this request for UK listener Amy Thomas. The lead singer of this group previously sang with the Medallions. When he left the Medallions, he took 3 of the members with them and formed this group called the Bel Airs. This was their debut single on Max Feartag's Flip label. It's from February 1955. It features Donald Woods on lead. He also wrote the tune. Going out to Amy Thomas in the UK, the Bel Airs on Flip. It's called Let's Party a While.
Well, let's take it to the party and don't be late. I gotta meet my baby about 8:30.
Let's make it to the party.
Oh, let's take it to the party. Well, don't be late because night I got a day. Well, you shine your shoes and then you button your coat. Let's go. Oh, well, you shine your shoes and then you button your coat. Let's go. And if your mama at home, you better leave her know.
Come on, let's party. Why don't you party? I'll say let's party. Come on, let's party.
To the party, well, we didn't have a chance. Grabbed my little girl and then we split to another dance. Oh, let's dance to the party. Well, come on, girl, we're gonna party tonight. Well, the party was over at midnight and a couple of minutes passed. Cruising down the highway when we ran out of gas. Oh, we made it to the party. Oh, we made it to the party. And it wasn't late, you better get there straight. Let's party a while.
Come on, let's party. Why don't you party?
Come on, baby, let's party.
I'll say let's party.
jazz going out to UK listener Amy Thomas there, February 1955. The debut single for the Bel Airs. Bel Airs on the Flip label. Let's Party a While with Donald Woods on lead. And, of course, the group would change their name to the Vel Airs. The Vel Airs. You know their song... What is it? Death of an Angel? That is like a very morbid song. It is very slow and whatnot. But anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue here. We are in 1956 now, and this is a request for Mike Sape in our YouTube chat where he wants to send this one out to listener Jimmy Amato. This group is out of Springfield, Massachusetts. It's their only release. Came out on Al Silver's Herald label, co-written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Al Clark. Let's go to June of 1956 and give a listen to the Mint Juleps. The Mint Juleps on Herald Records by request from Mike Sape, sending it out to listener Jimmy Amato. The song is called Bells of Love.
Boom, 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 boom.
Those bells are ringing, can't you hear them ringing? I know that we'll never be in love. Oh, baby, can't you see that I wanna marry you? You said you love me, I know you was wrong, but still I go on feeling this way. Oh, baby, can't you see that I wanna marry you?
Yeah.
Marry you. You know you did me wrong. Hold me like it ran not home. Still I love you. Yes, I love you. And I won't stop till I make you mine. Mine forever, evermore. Forever and a day. Say you're mine, my darling. I love you. Be mine forever, forever, evermore. I love you. Those bells are ringing, can't you hear them? I know that we'll never be in love. Oh, baby, can't you see that I wanna marry you?
Johnny G getting caught here for 1 second. Give me 1 second here. As Charlene, on the flip side here, was that dedicated to a bunch of the guys? I got to be sure you put that in there. I'm just checking here. Because he wanted, let me see here. Or no, what it, is that, no, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused here. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, we just heard there from the Mint Juleps there. I apologize for the delay, folks. That's a special request there from Mike Sape to Jimmy Amato in our chat room. June 1956 release on the Herald record label. Bells of Love is the name of the tune. Now, Al, the lead singer on that is Al Clark. Those are the Mint Juleps. Now, this group would change their name to the Dream Tones in 1958 and record on Marty Kugel's Click label. as what was that song? I played it not too long ago. Oh gosh. With a couple different member changes on that Dreamtones, but the majority of the group would. But this, I got to flip the record over because Ohio listener Bob Evans. Let me hold on. There we go. So here we're going to do an instant A and B side here for this record by the Mint Juleps, and we're going to flip over Bells of Love. This is a request for Ohio listener Bob Evans from June 56. We flip over Bells of Love on Al Silver's Herald label. You get this tune, co-written by the lead singer, a different lead singer on the flip side. His name is Emra Clemens. Emra Clemens on lead. These are the Mint Juleps by request for Bob Evans. It's called Vip a Dip.
Listen to my heart beat a crazy beat. Listen to my heart beat a crazy beat. 'Cause you're so pretty, ooh-wee. She got dreamy eyes, dancing feet. Boy, dig that girl, tell me ain't she sweet? She makes my heart goes bip, baby doo-wop. My head is spinning, going around and around. My head is spinning, going around and around. You've got my mind going upside down. She got candy curls, the string of pearls, wavy hair. What's my girl? She got my heart going dip, baby doo-wop. Can't you hear my heart beat a crazy beat? Can't you hear my heart beat a crazy beat? 'Cause you're so pretty, ooh-wee. She got candy curl, a string of pearl, wavy hair, but that girl's no square. She got to my heart going dip, baby doo-wop.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Those are the Mint Juleps. That's the flip side of Bells of Love, song entitled Vip a Dip. Different lead there. Emra Clemens on lead. That's by request for Bob Evans, the Mint Juleps from June 56 on the Herald label. Vip a Dip. That's a great dancer. You UK listeners out there, you might like that tune. Let's continue here. And we stay in 1956. Actually, so I bet you question, what's Johnny G doing? He's playing a reissue on the Oldies 45 label. Of course, Oldie 45 Records, a subsidiary of VJ Records. Now, they would reissue singles. I think when when I broke my aunt's Church Bells May Ring by the Willows, she ended up getting it in 1968 on Oldies 45 for like $1 or whatever it was, 79 cents. But I think the flip side of that one was That's My Sugar by the Rhythm Aces, which I like too, by the way. But this is a reissue, although this song was never released. It was never released, but it was recorded in Chicago by the Eldorados. Now, the flip side of this is called A Fallen Tear, one of their records that I do like, by the way. But this side was never issued, but it was recorded in May of 1956, but they never released it, and it doesn't feature the lead singer, Perkle Moses, on lead. It features Richard Nickens on lead. And I'm going to send this one out to a listener, Bill Olb, and thank him for the information on this record. This is from May, originally recorded in May of 56. I think it was released in December of 64. December of 64 release for this, and that's the first time it made it to 45. These are the Eldorados on Oldies 45 with Richard Nickens on lead. It's called It's No Wonder.
It is no wonder why my heart's all alone. I know there's no wonder why my heart's alone. It is no wonder why my heart's all in pain. I know there's no wonder if I'll ever smile again. Although yes, he's alone in my heart, and I know my love's for you. No wonder why my heart's all alone. I know there's no wonder why my heart's all
I send that one out to listener Bill Olb. Thank you, Bill, for turning me on to that song. I never knew anything about it. But Bill is a wealth of information on this music. But those are the Eldorados, not with Perkle Moses on lead, Richard Nickens on lead. That was recorded, I think it was May 10th of 1956, but they never put it out. But it did come out as a B-side on that Oldies 45 series. VJ Records put out all those reissues, but a lot of those releases are either alternate takes or songs that were never released, so you got to be careful when you look for those things. You really do. The Eldorados with It's No Wonder. What a great tune that is. Johnny G here on a Saturday. Hope you're digging on the tunes. Tell your friends about the program if they're new to the program. Just playing your requests as we continue here. And back out to California we go. This is a request for listener Indrajit Advani, another UK listener. The group is a product of LA's Fremont High School, first recording for the Bahari Brothers RPM record label, but then met up with Dootsy Williams, owner of Dutone Records. He signed them in 1954, and they would have their signature song, when was it? It was called Heaven and Paradise. I forget, was that in 56? If it was, or 50, yeah, it was 56, I think. But Indrajit requested their fifth release on the Dutone label. Now, is this the B-side or the A-side? Here. It's actually the B-side of the record. This is the B-side of their fifth release on Dutone Records, and it features Don Julian on lead. We go back to October 1956 for Don Julian and the Meadowlarks on Dutone, going out to UK listener Indrajit Advani. It's called Boogie Woogie Teenage.
Well, if you ever on Jukebox Street, let me tell you about the get you mean. Yeah, boogie woogie teenage. Yeah, a boogie woogie teenage. Well, they got that boogie down. They really go to town. Well, I saw a fine chick with long black hair. The way she boogie, man, you should have been there. She's a boogie woogie teenage. Woo, boogie woogie teenage. Boogie woogie teenage, boogie woogie all night long. Well, Chick Winter, I gave her a call. Hey. The cat said, wait a minute, that's my broad. She's a boogie woogie teenage. Woo, boogie woogie teenage. Boogie woogie teenage, boogie woogie all night long.
Yes, she's a boogie woogie teenager doing the shaking high. Yes, she's a boogie woogie teenager doing the shaking high. Yes, she got so much fun, don't know which way to hop. Yeah, boogie. Yeah.
A chick winked again. Hey. The cat said, wait a minute, that's my hen. She's a boogie woogie teenage. Boogie woogie teenage. Boogie woogie teenage. Boogie woogie all night long. Let's go now. Boogie woogie teenage. Rock. Boogie woogie teenage. Hop. Boogie woogie teenage. Swing. Boogie woogie teenage. Jump. Boogie woogie teenage. Boogie woogie all night long.
There you go there. That's a cool rockin' tune for Don Julian and the Meadowlarks. I usually play the flip side of this. I forgot what the flip of this is. Yeah, I Am a Believer is the flip side of that. That's the A side. That's the B side there. That's going out to Indrajit Advani in the UK, October 1956. Don Julian and the Meadowlarks with the Boogie Woogie Teenage. You think they would be Boogie Woogie Teenage? No, it's Boogie Woogie Teenage. There you go. Let's continue here. Here's a request for listener Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room. This group is out of Brooklyn, New York. And I think last week I played the B-side to their debut single. Heart's Desire was their first release. I played the flip last week called Let's Have a Ball. I think that was for a UK listener, Amanda Williams. And but this is for Kenny Mack. And let's see. What is this number here? This is their second of 3 on Joe Leibowitz's Premium Records out of Linden, New Jersey. And this was their follow-up to My Heart's Desire. And it features Rudy Anderson on lead. This is for Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room. September 56. These are the Wheels on Premium. And their tune is called Teasin' Heart. This is for Kenny.
Teasing heart, you fooled everyone from the start. You were having fun, now you are gone. In the web you spun, you're in love, teasing heart. Every day there was someone new. How you play, love caught up with you, die as you may. There's nothing you can do. You're in love, teasing heart. You can't hide it. Oh no, 'cause you're feeling God knows. Don't deny
You're delirious, it's not strange or mysterious. You're in love, you're in love, easy, you can't hide it. Oh no, 'cause you're feeling the glow. Don't deny it. It's in your every kiss. Teasing hearts. Now you're so serious, so in love. You're delirious. It's not strange or mysterious. You're in love. You're in love. Teasing heart. You're in love. Teasing heart.
That's going out to Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room, the second of three. For Rudy Anderson and the Wheels, September 56 on Premium Records. Teasing Heart is the name of the tune. I was teasing you last week, showing you some 45's that I recently, they were in my boxes for the last, 15 years, finally getting around to clean them a little bit. And I think a couple people picked some of those for requests coming up later in the show. But I like to tease the audience, I do. But let's continue here. In 1956, last week I featured a request for listener John Vasquez on Morty Craft's Melba record label. It played the debut single for this group out of New York City. They were called The Legends. He requested the ballad side. It was called Eyes of an Angel. And listener Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room requested the frantic flip side, which I do like. Great two-sided 45, by the way. And the lead singer here, the high falsetto voice of Marshall Samples. He is on lead. He also wrote the tune with another tenor of the group, Richard Brunson. This is from September 1956. This is going out to Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room. The Legends, Marshall Samples and the Legends on Melba. It's called I'll Never Fall in Love Again.
Yes, I'm
There you go. There, what a frantic, great record that is. That's going out to Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room. The great sound of the Legends there. Their debut single, Marsha Samples on lead. September 1956 on Melba Records. I'll Never Fall in Love Again is the name of the tune. I think this group later would evolve into the Cartoons with a K on the MGM record label. Let's stay in 1956, and this is a request for Bob Evans. He wants to dedicate this tune to Butch Ford, a fellow Ohioan, and also Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room, another fellow Ohioan, Kettering, Ohio, I think you said, Chuck, and also to me, Johnny G. And he wanted to hear Billy Ward and the Dominoes. They left Federal Records in August of 1954. Then they signed with Jerry Blaine's Jubilee label, I think for 2 releases. And then with Decca Records, they had 6 releases on the Decca label. This is their second, a tune written by Billy Ward. It has Milton Grayson on lead. This is by request for Bob Evans, going out to me, Butch Ford, and Chuck Mitchell. October 56 on Decca Records. It's called Come On Snake, Let's Crawl.
Hey there, you hip cats. Pick up all the rugs and all the floor mats. Jukebox is jumping. Gee, that little dime has started something. Let's have a ball. Come on, snake, let's crawl. Crawl to Mabel. My, you look so much like Betty Crable. Say, Mr. Gator, go and pick yourself a ripe tomato. And please don't stall. Come on, snake, let's crawl. Let those dungarees fan the breeze. I wanna see you jumping like a pack of fleas. Well, you know the score, Mr. Boy. Either shake a leg or take it out that door. Hey, hey, you all. Come on, snake, let's crawl. Leave it up, leave it up, leave it up, leave it up, baby. Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up, slay me. You got to fall. Come on, snake, let's crawl.
October 1956 release there for Billy Ward and the Dominoes. That's their second of 6 on the Decca label with Milton Grayson on lead. That is a song entitled Come On Snake, Let's Crawl. Got to agree with I've never played that here on the program there. Very cool record. And that is requested by Ohio listener Bob Evans. That's going out to Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room. Also Butch Ford and your host, Johnny G. Thank you for that, Bob. We continue here, and now after the Orioles left Jerry Blaine's Jubilee record label, they signed with Vivian Carter's VJ label, and some say that the sound of the VJ Orioles is kind of strange, and when compared to those glory days on the Jubilee label. But they recorded 3 for VJ Records, and listener Gordy Freeman requested their second release, and I think on their first they were just known as the Orioles. I think they said the Orioles featuring Sonny Till, but with their second release they kind of changed it up a little bit. They called it Sonny Till's Orioles. So this is their second of 3 on on Vivian Carter's VJ record label. We're going to send this one out, or this is a request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. Let's go to November of 1956 for Sonny Till's Orioles on VJ Records. It's called For All We Know, for Gordy.
Again, before you go, make this moment sweet again. We won't say goodbye until that very last minute. I'll hold out my hand, and my heart, yes, will be in it for all we know. This may only be a dream. Yes, we come, and we go. Like the ripples on a stream. So kiss me again. Tomorrow may never come. Tomorrow was made for some. Yes, for all we know.
Going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. That's Sonny Till's Orioles. That's their second of 3 on Vivian Carter's VJ record label. For All We Know is the name of the tune from November of 1956. Let's continue here. We stay in 1956. Here's a request for UK listener Adora Williams. This group is out of Washington, D.C., signed with Mercury Records back in 1955. The group included William Alford, Joshua Bright, Lawrence Tate, Lewis Thompson, and the lead singer. His name is William Ross. Collectively, they were known as the Griffins. Now, after their first 2 releases on the Mercury label, Mercury put out their third on their subsidiary Wing Records. Wonder what was behind all that, but anyway, it features William Ross on lead. This is going out to UK listener Adora Williams, March 56, The Griffins on Wing Records. It's called Leave It to Me.
Leave singing to the birds, honey making to the bees. But when it comes to loving you, darling, leave that to me. the fish are tied to the angry sea. But when it comes to loving you, darling, leave that to me. I wonder far and near to find a love so true. I need your tender care.
I'm in love with you, Cupid.
Leave running to the halls, weeping to the willow trees. But when it comes to loving you, darling, leave that to me. Leave running to the halls, weeping through the willow trees. But when it comes to loving you, darling, leave that to me. So, darling, leave that to me.
March 1956 release there for UK listener Adora Williams, The Sound of the Griffins. The Griffins from on the Wing record label. Leave It to Me is the name of the tune, featuring William Ross on lead, and their final release would be issued on Mercury Records. I don't know what they were doing there, Mercury, putting them on Mercury, taking them on Wing, and then putting them back on Mercury. But anyway, let's move into 1957 with a flip side from last week, as I featured a request for listener Ronnie Sherman. He requested the Whirlers on Bobby Robinson's Whirling Disc record label with the song Tonight and Forever. And listener Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat room asked me to flip it over, play the B-side of the 45, which is actually a re-recording of this group's second release on the New York City-based Harlem label, which originally came out in April 55. At that time, they were known as the Empires, but Bobby Robinson decided to change their name to the Whirlers. This features John Barnes on lead. This is going out to Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat room. May 57, the Whirlers, with a re-recording of their tune Magic Mirror on Whirling Disc. This is for Daryl.
Do 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 do. Magic mirror on the wall, is she the fairest of them all? Mirror on the wall, magic mirror on the wall, do you think
1957 release there for the Whirlers, aka the Empires, I guess, but that is a re-recording of their 1955 release, Magic Mirror. That one there from May 57, going out to Darrell Letts on Bobby Robinson's Whirling Disc record label. John Barnes on lead for that one. Hope you're digging on the cool tunes. If you are, please give me a thumbs up on my YouTube page. Very important there for that. And thank you all for subscribing to the program and telling your friends about it as we continue here. And last week I played a request for listener Paul Greco in Philadelphia. One of his favorite records was by the Quins, and last week we featured the B-side of the 45, which I prefer, the ballad side called Oh Starlight. But Paul also requested the flip side, and it features Freddie Brown on lead. Well, actually, he's not. Freddie Brown was doing lead on the ballad side, Oh Starlight. There's a different lead on the flip side. This is late 1957. They are out of Brooklyn, New York. These are the Quins on Paul Winley's Cyclone record label. Now, the lead singer on this side, his name is Donald Lawrence. So this is going out to Paul Greco in Philadelphia. The Quins on Cyclone. It's called Hong Kong for Paul.
Well, I got a girl in Hong Kong. Yes, I'm loving her so strong. That's just where I belong with that girl of mine. Well, I'm going back to Hong Kong, free as a bird and a happy song. I've been away, boy, too long from that girl of mine. Well, Hong Kong, jelly won't hump, secondly, shoelace macaroni. Believe me, her good loving satisfies my time. Hong Kong, jelly won't hump, secondly, shoelace macaroni. Believe me, her good loving satisfies my time. Well, if you love me, baby, then that's a fine. Well, if you love me, baby, then that's a fine. Well, if you love me, baby, then that's fine. I need your loving to have a nice time. Hey, ooh, hey, hey, ooh. Let's giddy up, mousy, and don't freeze. Well, giddy up, mousy, a piece of cheese. Giddy up, mousy, let's squeeze till you're my only one. Oh, yesterday I got to Hong Kong, and the bells are ringing, and ding dong, I'm getting married. Hong Kong to that girl of mine. Doobie wop, doo wop, wop a doobie wop, 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 doobie wop, doo wop, wop a doobie wop. Si我莫去哦，呀，这个香港，哎呦，要把这哦，这个要要，这个要不要这样子哎呀，一把用一张，这张哎了不用，这样哎是不，哎了不用就搞这样，estou me quiero, la mix Hong Kong, uy.
As going out to listener Paul Greco in Philadelphia, the sound of the Quins. That is the intended A-side, fall of 1957 on Cyclone Records with Donald Lawrence on lead. Hong Kong is the name of the tune. We are in 1957. Let's go to Cincinnati, Ohio for the debut single for this group. It's a request for listener Big Dave Swinger, and they had so many. I think they recorded, what was it, for like six decades, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. Yes, 7 decades, I'd say this group recorded for is what, but they started back in 1957, and I forget how they ended up on Teenage Records out of New York City, but this is the B-side to their debut single, written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Ronald Isley. This This is for Big Dave Swinger, February 1957 on the Teenage label. These are the Isley Brothers with a B-side. It's called Angels Cried from Big Dave.
Angels cry the day that you left me, my love. Their teardrops fell down from above because we had to part to tomorrow. Angels cry while stars in the sky hid from sight, and I was alone in the night because you broke my heart. Oh, how I yearn now that you are far away. Oh, please return and turn this night into day. How deep inside the voice tells me that you still care. And darling, the dreams we can share the way that we did then. Although the angels cry, someday they'll smile again. Someday they'll
That's for Big Dave Swinger there, the sound of the Isley Brothers out of Cincinnati, Ohio. That's their debut single. Actually, the B-side, The Cow Jumped Over the Moon, was the A-side. That's the B-side there. Ronald Isley on lead, Angels Cried. He also wrote the tune from February 1957. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. Here's a request for UK listener Eddie Votex as we go back to Sid Nathan's. I don't think, did I play anything on Deluxe tonight? But I did play King Records. I don't know if I played Federal, but this is Sid Nathan's Deluxe label. As we stay in Cincinnati, Ohio, for this group and label, they had well over 50 releases during their career on Deluxe and King between 1953 and 1963. This one's from 1958, a tune written by Jesse Stone. Now, when Charlene typed it up, and Charlene, I took the parentheses off. So check your copy of this, because I looked at 45 Cat and the song is called Red Hot Love parentheses ooh ooh something. But when I look at my copy, I don't have that. Mine just says Red Hot Love. So check your copy on that, because I saw there was a promo with the parentheses under it, and then I didn't see one that just said the one title line. But anyway, this is for Eddie Votex, May 58, Otis Williams and the Charms on Deluxe. It's called, well, mine's called Red Hot Love for Eddie.
This love is a red hot love. You're my queen. You come on like a kiss machine. Ooh, this love is a red hot love. When you squeeze, I get weak like it's melting my knee. So smooth and so quiet, still you're a one-woman riot. No love could ever tie it. A sweet desire, great balls of fire. Ooh, this love
red hot love. Feels so good. In your arms I'd live if I could. Ooh, this love, red hot love. 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 Ooh, this love is red hot love. You're so rare. I need you like a cat needs his hair. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, this love is red hot love. When you smile, I can't wait until we step down the aisle. So slow, so speedy. Ooh, but it's fine, yes indeed. So much, it makes me greedy. I twist and turn, just letting me burn. Ooh, this love is a red hot love. One more kiss. No one else ever did it like this. Red hot love.
That's going out to UK listener Eddie Votex. The sound of Otis Williams and the Charms. That one there from May 1958 on Deluxe Records. Mine says Red Hot Love, but other copies say Red Hot Love, then under it, Ooh, This Love. So something's odd with that. So I don't know what happened with that. I don't know which one is first or if it's rare or whatever it is. But anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show as we are in 1958. By the way, speaking of 1958, I will be continuing with the countdown of the Relic Rack survey of the year 1958. So if you want to tune in, that'll be on Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern Time in the afternoon here on the East Coast. So we'll continue with the countdown. I have the records all pulled, so I just got to do a little bit of research on some of them, and we will continue with that countdown. But we are in 1958 right now, the 1958 block, and this is a request for Adrian Viterbo, listening in Mexico. He is in our YouTube chat room. Now, this group, they are out of Philadelphia, PA, and this is on Vivian Carter's VJ Records out of Chicago. Now, it's the group's only release. The tune produced by Hal Norton and William Goldstein. They were owners of the Philly-based Norgol label. So maybe they recorded this and then they sent it out to Vivian Carter at VJ Records. Excuse me. Kind of like a similar thing that happened to the Ravels going out to Chess Records, that type of thing. But it's a mixed group, guys and gals with a female lead. This is from July 58. They're called the Cohearts. The Cohearts on VJ Records. This is for Adrian in our YouTube chat room. The song is called My Love, the Cohearts.
My love, what can I say to prove my love for you? Whoa, whoa, my heart, my soul, my everything. You know I gave to you. So my love,
out of Philadelphia, PA, but on a Chicago label, VJ Records. Those are the Coharts. The Coharts from July 58, My Love. That's going out to Adrian in Mexico. Nice request there for that. As we stay in 1958, although this record was recorded in 1957, and I've been featuring a few gospel songs here on the program. I think on the June show, I featured this group from Richmond, originally from Richmond, Virginia, played their song Motherless Child on the VJ label. Then that was their second release, their second of 19, and with the bass lead of Jimmy Jones. And this is their fourth release on VJ. I think Jimmy is singing on this side along with Tommy Johnson. And this is from released in May of 58, but recorded in 1957. I'm going to send this one out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. These are the Harmonizing Four. The Harmonizing Four from May 58 on VJ Records. It's called His Eye is on the Sparrow.
Oh, you know that I
Sing because I'm happy. Sing because I'm free.
You know his eye
His eye
is on
is on the sparrow.
then I know
that
he watches
He watches
me. He watches me. He watches me. He watches me.
Why should I feel discouraged? Tell me why should the shadows fall? Why should my heart be lonely and long for a heaven and home? For Jesus is one time, and a constant friend is He. For His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He watches me.
Yeah, then I sing.
Because I'm happy.
Then I sing.
Because I'm free.
Let me tell you, his eye is on. His eye is on the sparrow. You know that I know that he watches. He watches me. He watches me. You know that I sing.
Because I'm happy.
Listen, I sing
Because I'm free.
You know his eye
His eye
is on the sparrow. You know that I know that he watches me.
Those are the Harmonizing Four there. Harmonizing Four, what a great bass. Jimmy Jones there on the bass. Tommy Johnson there also singing. May 1958 release. The Harmonizing Four on VJ. His Eye is on the Sparrow is the name of the tune. And we'll be doing more gospel on future shows, so stay tuned for that. Let's continue here. I want to send that out to Gordy Freeman too, by the way, as he is a big gospel fan. And also Bill Obe also. We'll send him out to those two guys. Let's continue here on Vinyltreasure. Let's go to Brooklyn, New York with this request for Indrajit Advani. This group is from the Canarsie section of Brooklyn. Their biggest hit was a song called Wishing for Your Love that originally came out on AM3, was picked up by Mercury Records. But this was after that release. Charlene, you got to fix that on here. This isn't prior. That's not correct. From April 1958, let's give a listen to the Vox Poppers. This is for Indrajit in the UK. The Vox Poppers on Poplar. It's called Come Back Little Girl.
Hey, little girl, I love you so. Hey, little girl, never gonna let you go. Stay right here, I want you near. Hey, little girl, come back home. Hey, little girl, never more to roam. Stay right here, I want you near. Hey, little girl, I love you so. Hey, little girl, never gonna let you go. Stay right here, I want you near. Hey, little girl, come back home. Hey, little girl, never want you wrong. Stay right here, I want you near.
That's for UK listener Indrajit Advani. That's the sound of the Vox Poppers. April 1958 on Poplar Records out of New York City. Come Back Little Girl is the name of the tune. We are in the year 1958. Let's go to Mount Vernon, New York for this next group, and it's a request for Chuck Mitchell of Kettering, Ohio, in our YouTube chat room. And that's not too far from your host, Johnny G, by the way. And this is a great two-sided 45. This group is called the Versatiles. There might be some connection. Some of the members in this group might have been part or involved with the Dell Vikings too, but the lead singer on this, his name is Ben Sands. It's from October 58. This is going out to Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room. The Versatiles on Atlantic. It's called Crying for Chuck.
Oh, I cry. Tears up in my eyes, I'm crying, 'cause you said goodbye, you left me sad and blue. Now I'm crying over you.
crying, 'cause you said goodbye. You left me sad and blue. Now I cry over you.
That's going out to Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room. That's the Versatiles from October 1958 on Atlantic Records. Crying is the name of the tune. There's so many records, so many songs with crying in the title. I definitely can do a whole show on crying, you know that. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, and let's go up to Chicago, Illinois, to this Profile record label. This group had 3 releases on the Profile label, and this is their first. And I think I played the flip side of this on my on that up-tempo show that I did, but the flip side can also be featured on the up-tempo. I forget what the other side is. I'll read it to you when I'm done with this one here. But it's by Mickey Hawks with Moon Mullins and his Night Riders. Actually, this is a request going out to Sean Sidney. This is from October 58. It's on the Profile label. It's Mickey Hawks with Moon Mullins and the Night Riders. By request for Sean Sidney. It's called Bip Bop Boom.
Bip bop, bip bop, boom, bip bop, boom. When you the fruit of my loom, I say bip bop, boom. You like a flower in bloom. Bip bop, boom. Watch out, you gonna be doomed. Say bip bop, boom, bip bop, bop. You know just how to rock. I say bip bop, bop. You give me such a shock. Bip bop, bop. I love the way you walk. I say bip bop, bop.
Okay, what do you UK listeners think about that tune there? There you go. That is going out to Sean Sidney, October 58 release, Mickey Hawks with Moon Mullins and his Night Riders on the Profile record label, Bip Bop Boom. That's not the same thing that was a Pretty Boy or Don Covey recorded on, what was the label? On Atlantic Records, I think. It's a different song. It is. Anyway, Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Hope you're digging on the tunes. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube page. Tell your friends about it. The show is growing leaps and bounds. Thank you all for your requests. And let's go to Philadelphia now. And this is a request for listener Tom Shaughnessy, celebrating his 80th birthday today. Got to say happy birthday to Tom. But the A-side of this 45 became a very popular record here on the East Coast. The song was called Mopity Mope, as done by a group called the Boss Tones. But Tommy requested the B-side of the 45, which is an excellent ballad. Now, in December of 1959, well, this record originally came out in May of 59 on the Boss label, but Buddy Caldwell in December of 59 would purchase a purchased the master of both sides of the 45 and put it out on V-Tone Records, V-Tone number 208, with Caldwell Wanda Publishing, and I think writer credit of Curtis. So this is actually the rarer copy, I think, although the true first press of the Boss Tones on Boss with the small print. I have a promo. I've never seen a stock copy. Only seen the promo of the true press from 1959. But this is a B-side requested by Tom Shaughnessy from May. Well, actually, I'm playing it from December of 59. These are the Boss Tones on Boss. It's the B-side. It's called Wings of an Angel for Tom Shaughnessy on his birthday.
If I had the wings of an angel, from this prison of love I'd fly. From your arms, oh yes, I'd fly. The blue sky. Your love is like a chain around my heart. Your love is driving us apart. Your love is like a flame that burns, and I yearn. For your love, never meant for two to share. I know your love, I know I shouldn't care. But your arms surround me, your love bounds me and makes me your slave. But your love
going out to Tom Shaughnessy on his birthday. The sound of the Boss Tones. Different lead singer on that B-side there, May 19. Well, actually, that's December 59 release on the Boss label. No, I'm sorry, not the Boss label, V-Tone Records. Wings of an Angel is the name of the tune. I'm telling you, the first press of that Mopity Mope, the white promo that has the small print with Wanda Music and the writers as Boss Tones and W. Chapman, though that is the true first press of that record. I think Paul Gruber, he put it up on my Facebook wall. He put a copy of his record there. That is the true first press. Johnny G here on a Saturday. We are in 1959 here, and this is a request for listener Ronnie Sherman. Don't know much about this group. It's on the Top Rank record label. The group is called The Fortunes. The writer of this is John Merritt, and this did chart. This charted number 8 on KILE in Galveston, Texas. We go to October of 59 for The Fortunes, going out to listener Ronnie Sherman on Top Rank Records. It's called Steady Vows for Ronnie.
I take thee, my darling, with all of my heart, to love and to cherish, till death do us part.
Oh, these are the vows we take this night. These are the vows we'll keep so tight. These are the words we'll share somehow.
I plight thee my faith by the stars up above, to have and to hold. I give you my love.
Ah, these are the vows we take this night. These are the vows we'll keep so tight. These are the words we'll share somehow. These are the steady vows. When all is done and we are one, we'll know the bliss of each little kiss. Whoa. When all is done and our love has won, oh my darling, oh my darling, I love you. Oh.
For richer, for poor, our devotion will win. For better, for worse, I give you this pen.
These are the vows. These are the vows.
That's going out to Ronnie Sherman. Those are the Fortunes from October 1959 on the Top Rank record label. Steady Vows is the name of the tune. Now, Jimmy Amato makes a note that this group maybe was previously recorded as the Rebels out of Texas. It's a possibility. Have to research that and check, but we'll have to check that out, Charlene. Yes, we will, as we continue here on Vinyl Treasures. And here is a request for listener Emnon. This is on the Nauvoo. Is it how do you pronounce that? Nauvoo, N-A-U-V-O-O, Nauvoo Records out of Charleston, West Virginia. This group is called The Jades, and this one released in July of 1959, and the tune written by the lead singer, his name is Ron Brooks, going out to Emnon. The Jades from July 59 on Nauvoo Records. It's called Walking All Alone.
Walking, walking, walking all alone. Yes, I'm walking, walking, walking all alone. I'm walking all alone, wondering where you are, looking up above, searching for a star, my darling, my darling, I'm still in love with you, in love with you. Well, how can I forget you when you're still in my dreams? I guess I'll always love you forever, it seems. My darling, I'm still in love with you. In love with you. Love is like a dream come true. Every
July 1959 release after a group called the Jades. That's by request for listener Emnon. That's on Nauvoo Records. Walking All Alone is the name of that one. Ron Brooks on lead. I remember Jerry Diaz. That was a Jerry Diaz special when he sold me that 45. He was not a cheap dealer to deal with. I mean, I should say that his prices were not cheap. Let's put it that way. Although he lured me in originally when he sold me the Wisdoms on the, the Wisdoms on the Gaiety? No. What is that label? Yeah, the Wisdoms on Gaiety, isn't it, out of Minneapolis, Minnesota? I think that's the label. But then he started getting expensive. He did. But anyway, record collecting can be expensive unless you're out in the wild looking for them. But good luck with that. Let's continue here in 1959. This is a request for listener Daniel Kubacki. Now, this singer was born in Okmulgee. Is that a place? Darrell? Okmulgee, Oklahoma. But he would move to California in 1952, and he would join a gospel group called the Mighty Clouds of Joy before becoming a member of the 1950s vocal group Jacks/Cadets. He was a member of the Jacks and the Cadets. Now, he would go solo in 1957 with releases on Ebb Records, and other releases followed, this is one on the Duke label that I'm featuring, but he also recorded for Top Rank and Lori and Gold Eagle and Soncraft and Dade and Apt and United Artists and OK and Epic and Atco and Jewel and Ron. So many labels for this singer. But Daniel requested the A-side to his first release on Don Robey's Duke label, which was out of Houston, Texas. And this is from January 59. Let's give a listen to Ted Taylor. This is going out to Daniel Kubacki. Ted Taylor on Duke Records. It's called Be Ever Wonderful for Daniel.
Be ever wonderful. Stay as you are, and be ever heaven's gift, my guiding star. My guiding star. You are the only one who can break my heart, and you are the only one who can tear us apart. Be ever wonderful. Stay sweet and true, and be ever loving me as I love you. As I love you. Darling, please take my heart till the end of time. Be ever wonderful, wonderful. Be ever mine, be ever mine. My heart is ever yours till the end of time. Be ever wonderful, wonderful. Be ever mine.
That's a nice tune there. That's going out to Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. He has an unmistakable voice, I will tell you that. Ted Taylor Ted Taylor from January 59. That was his, I think, first of, I don't know, two? I thought he did more than two. But that's on Don Roby's Duke label. Be Ever Wonderful is the name of that one, going out to Daniel Kubacki. Let's move into 1960 now. This is a request for listener Amnon. Now, this is a rare 45. Came out on the Sigma, S-I-G-M-A. Sigma Records is out of New York City. And there's kind of sketchy information on this group known as the Sinceres. Now, two sources say that this group is out of Connecticut. Another source say it's the same group out of Wilmington, Delaware. I think it's the group out of Wilmington, Delaware. That's my opinion. And supposedly the son of the lead singer posted that his father, Bill Johnson, is the lead singer of the group. And I think, Charlene, I didn't check, Amnon sent some information on it, and I think he had Bill Johnson as the lead, is what I saw. But I don't know if you checked that one out or not. But this song, are you familiar? Roy Adams put out a record by the Vocal Airs called Be a Slave on his Downstairs record label, if you remember that, which I think was a 1960, it was like an unreleased acetate or something that he put out. But I think that song is very similar to this song, so just listen to it. But this is from August 1960. This is for listener Amnon, the Sinceres on the Sigma label. It's called Darling, for Amnon. I actually think that is the same group that recorded as the Vocal Airs on that Downstairs acetate. I think that's the same group. They're called the Sinceres, August 1960. That's for listener Amnon on Sigma Records. The song is called Darling. Let's stay in 1960 with this request for Adrian Viterbo, listening in Mexico. These gals, they are all sisters. They hail from Long Island. They were the daughters of William Henry Miller, very instrumental in lots of 1950s recordings for Acme Records with B. Caslin's Hull record label. But they first recorded in 1955 for the Herald label. And they were also in a movie, a 1956 movie called Rockin' the Blues. They performed 2 up-tempo tunes with the Tico Wilshire Band, but this is from 1960, and this is their third of 3 on the Miller label. Of course, it's their father's label. They're called William Henry Miller's Miller label. These are the Miller Sisters, and this is a cover song. This was first recorded by Yvonne Mills and the Sensations on the Atco label back in 1956. But we move up 4 years to October 1960 with this request for Adrian in our YouTube chat room. Let's give a listen to the Miller Sisters on Miller Records and their rendition of the tune, Please, Mr. Disc Jockey. This is for Adrian.
Please, Mr. Disc Jockey, tell him I love him for me. Tell him for me. Come on now. Tell him for me. Oh, oh, oh. Tell him for me. Oh, yes. Come on, come on now. I sent him a letter and I called his home. There was no answer by mail or by phone. Please, Mr. Disc Jockey, tell him I love him for me. Oh, 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 yes. Oh, oh, well, I love him so madly. Words can't express how much or how badly he's my happiness. Please, Mr. Disc Jockey, tell him I love him for me. Ooh, tell him for me. Oh, yes, no sleep at all, thinking of my dear. Oh, yes, wishing these words could get to his ear. Oh, yes, I wrote a postcard sent to your station, asking you please play my dedication. I need my darling, ask him to be faithful and true, only to me. He tunes to your station, please, will you tell him for me? Oh, come on now. Oh, oh, yeah. Oh, come on now.
Cover tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Those are the Miller Sisters by request for Adrian in our YouTube chat room, October 1960. That's their third release on the Miller label. They're doing the Sensations tune, a nice rendition there. Please, Mr. Disc Jockey. Johnny G is your disc jockey here on a Saturday evening. We're here from 9 to midnight. We're going to go a little bit, although I'm moving through pretty fast here on these 45s. We are in 1960 here. Now, last week, last week I played a request for Mike Sape. He sent a song out to Jimmy Amato by Sonny Elmo and the Minor Chords. They were out of Detroit on the Flick label, their second of 2 on Flick. It was called Let Me was the name of the tune. Now, Jim Lampley in Texas wanted Johnny G to flip it over here, so we're going to play it for Jim. And this is a cover tune. I don't know who did this first, but it dates back to 1925, this song, but it was done by so many recording artists through the decades, we'll say. But it's from April 1960. It's Sonny Elmo and the Minor Chords. This is on Flick Records out of Detroit for Jim Lampley in Texas. And give a listen to their rendition of the tune Indian Love Call for Jim.
When I'm calling you, ooh, ooh, will you answer true? Ooh, ooh. That means I offer my love to you, to your own. If you refuse me, I will be blue and waiting all alone. But when you hear my love call ringing clear, and I hear your answering echo, oh dear, oh yeah, then I will know our love will come true. Belong to me, I belong to you. You, and I hear your answering echo, oh dear, oh yes, then I will know our love will come true. Belong to me, I belong to you. You belong to me, I belong to you. You belong to me, I belong to you.
Cover tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there going out to Jim Lampley in Texas. Sonny Elmo and the Minor Chords version of Indian Love Call. And Kenny Mack mentions Paul Whitman did the song back in 1925. That one there, though, December 1960 release. I'm sorry, no, not April 1960 release on the Flick label. Indian Love Call, the name of the tune. Let's go back out to the West Coast, out to California with this request for listener Jimmy Amato. This is on Ray Dobard's Music City Records out of Berkeley, California. This song written by the lead singer, her name is Wanda Burt. This is their second of 3 on the Music City label. It's from December of 1960, going out to Jimmy, the Crescendos. Wanda Burt and the Crescendos on Music City. It's called I Don't Mind.
I don't mind.
That's by request for Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room. That's not an easy record to find, I'm telling you that. The crescendos there. December 1960 release, Wanda Burt on lead. I Don't Mind. That's their second of three on Ray Dobard's Music City record label out of California. Let's stay in 1960. We go back to Brooklyn, New York with this request for Joe Shacatano, a little bit under the weather this evening, which is why he's watching, but he's not in the chat room tonight. But this group had 3 releases on the Coral label. Now, Joe requested their second. Now, normally, excuse me, the side that gets played here is a song called Don't Be a Fool, but Joe requested the flip side of that. And this is a song I think was first recorded by Frank Sinatra in 1955. The group is called the Explorers. It features Dennis Lowell on lead. It's from February 1960. This is for Joe Shacatano, the Explorers on Coral. It's called In the Wee Small Hours in the Morning. Tony Crosby will be listening. No, In the Wee Small Hours of the Morning is the name of the tune for Joe Shacatano.
Doo-wop. Doo-wop. In the wee small hours of the morning, while the whole wide world is fast asleep, you lie awake and think about the girl. Never ever think of counting sheep. When your lonely heart has learned its lesson, you'd be hers if only she would call. In the wee small hours of the morning, that's the time you miss her most of all. Doo-wop. Doo-wop. When your lonely heart has learned its lesson, you'd be hers if only she would call. In the wee small hours of the morning, that's the time you miss her most of all. Miss her most of all. Miss her most of all. Miss her most.
February 1960 release there for the Explorers by request for Joe Shacatano on the Coral label. In the Wee Small Hours of the Morning is the name of the tune. Sometimes Johnny G goes into the wee hours of the morning. We know that Tony Crosby and East End Mark are tuned in the wee hours of the morning. Let's continue here. We stay out in California. I think this singer was from the San Francisco Bay Area, and it's a request for listener Emnon, and he was a very diverse singer. He did not only stick to just one type of music. He can sing R&B, blues, rock and roll, gospel, and rockabilly. You name it, he did all the genres. And he also recorded for a lot of different labels, many labels. He did Aladdin, Checker, Flair, Hollywood, Imperial, Rhythm, Sound, Art Tone, Irma, Specialty, Money, and this label that I'm featuring him on Bob Bob Geddon's Veltone label, which is out of Oakland, California, and the owner also produced this. This is for Emnon. I think there are girls backing him up on this. November 1960. His name is Johnny Fuller. Johnny Fuller on Veltone Records for Emnon. It's called No More.
No more, no more.
She did you wrong, she wrong, no more.
No more.
She did you wrong, she wrong.
No more, no more.
She did you wrong, she wrong.
No, 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 no more.
No more, no more.
I stood everything that I could, 'cause I love her more than I should. I give her all my loving and all my dough, but what I saw last night I can't stand no more, no more.
She did you wrong, she
No more,
She did you wrong, she wrong.
no, no more,
She did you wrong,
no, 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 no more.
no more, no more.
I told her once, I told her twice, if she did it again, she would lose her life. There she lay on the floor. She did it again, but she won't no more, no more.
She did you wrong, she
Say no more.
She did you wrong, she wrong.
No, no, no more.
She did you wrong, she wrong.
No, 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 no more.
No more.
They gonna send me to the pen, but I don't care. I may even get the electric chair. But here is one thing that I can say: she'll never do another man that way. No more,
She did you wrong, she wrong.
no more,
She did you wrong, she wrong.
no, no, no more,
She did you wrong,
no, 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 no more.
no more, no more.
Whoa, no more,
She did you wrong,
no, 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 no more.
she did you wrong, she wrong.
No, no more crying.
She did you wrong, she wrong.
No more wondering where you at tonight, baby.
She wrong,
No more, no more.
she did you wrong,
No more, never, never, no more.
she did you wrong,
No, 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 no more.
she did you wrong.
I won't be no more.
November 1960 release there, for Amnon, Johnny Fuller, and Girls in the Background on the Veltone label out of California. Song entitled No More. We're going to continue here. We're moving through, folks, and we move into 1961. This is a request for Tom Shaughnessy, the birthday boy today, and it's still his birthday. It's not midnight yet, Tommy, and I really don't know anything about this group. I know this is the A side of the 45. It's on the Admiral label, and the writer is Matthew Berry, and this is from April 61, and this is the intended A side, and this is requested by Tom Shaughnessy. Let's give a listen to the Metro-Chords. The Metro Chords on Admiral Records. It's called It's a Shame. This is for Tom. Wait a minute there. Ah.
Please let me tell you
such a shame, oh, a shame to be all alone. We could be so happy with her by my side. Don't care, for pretty soon she'll be over here. But it's such a shame, oh, a shame to be all alone. Oh, such a shame, such a shame.
As for birthday boy Tom Shaughnessy there, that's the sound of the Metro Chords from April 61 on Admiral Records. It's a Shame is the name of the tune. Now, Jimmy Amato thinks that group is out of California. That's a California sound. Could be, but I just didn't think the press was out of California. It's a styrene. All their stuff was either issued in the Monarch pressing plant there. But anyway, speaking of California, let's go back to California, LA, California, with this request for John Vasquez. There are various pressings on different labels. It's very confusing with this 45, but the lead singer is Stan Beverly, and he produced the session, and he shopped the master around to various record labels. Initially, Hunter Hancock's swinging label picked it up. Then that was actually first before the Hariko. I think Hariko is the label. That is really the second label, not really the first, but it's the rarest press. It is. But also, I showed you the 20th Century Fox, and finally, Elf Records put it out, I think, in '63. But the lead singer of this song really shopped it around. He's Stan Beverly. And I had mentioned, I have them all except the Hariko press. But I'm featuring it on Swinging. This is actually the first press on Swinging. It doesn't have that little gold medal or that metal or that seal, like that seal, that metal seal that you think of on the label. It looks like a medal, but it's from April of 1961. This is by request for listener John Vasquez. These are the Hollywood Saxons, Stan Beverly on lead. It's called Every Day's a Holiday.
Every day's a holiday when I'm with you. Everything is always alright when I hold you tight, 'cause every day is a holiday when I'm with you. When I hold your hand, I tremble inside. The feeling is so real, it makes me wanna cry, 'cause every day is a holiday when I'm with you. Valentine's Day comes once a year. Oh, it brings happiness, it brings cheer. But all those things I have in my own
to the world is because I've got you. For my little girl, everything you do is all right with me. My love is true and will always be yours. Every day is a holiday when I'm with you.
Great sounds of the West Coast here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there going out to John Vasquez, April 1961, on Hunter Hancock's, did I say that right? Or was it? No, wait. Was it? Yeah, Hunter Hancock's Swingin' label. That's really the first issue of the record. Every Day is a Holiday is the name of the tune. Stan Beverly on lead for that one. We continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, and we are in 1961. This is on Jack Gold's Terrace record label, and it's a request for listener Joe Shacatano. Now, this side that I'm featuring was issued twice, first in September 61 and again in September 62, but with different flip sides. And my guess is because, different flip sides, but I think this is the B side of the record. I don't think this is the A side. I think the flip sides were the A side. That's my opinion. But the backup group here are called the Travelers. The singer, his name is Ronnie Cates. I'm playing the September 61 issue, which is flipped with Old Man River. And this is for Joe Shacatano, Ronnie Cates, and the Travelers, September 61 on Terrace Records. The song is called Long Time.
I've been away for a long time. My every thought has been of you. Now that I've come home, it's the wrong time. It seems you found somebody new, and my heart's been sad. My heart's been sad for a long time. I lived on memories of you. I was so sure that you'd still be my baby, but now you tell me we are through. Goodbye, my love, I'll be on my way. Sorry to spoil your day. There is just one thing that I'd like to say. If you need me, just come my way. Call on the phone, knock at my door. Don't worry, darling, I won't be sore. Maybe someday you'll again be mine. Don't let it be a long time. Not a long time. No, not a long time. No, not a long time.
What a great tune that is. Always love that side there. Ronnie Cates and the Travelers for Joe Shacatano, September 61 on excuse me, on the Terrace label, song entitled Long Time. This is probably the more common one, with Old Man River as the flip side. The other one's a little harder. I think it's flipped with For My Very Own is the other one there, which I have on a promo, by the way, that Greg Surik sold me. Anyway, we're getting ready to join the Oldies and More Radio Network. We are in 1961, and here's another 45 I don't have that much info on, but somebody on my YouTube wall, Calliope Vocatiz, I'm sorry that I'm butchering your name here. Calliope Vogatizz, Vogiatzzis. Very difficult for Johnny G to pronounce, but he asked me if there was a group record by the Astronauts, and I did have one. It came out in August of 61. This is on a label called Trial Records, and both sides are written by George Donald McGraw, who was the owner of this label. This label is out of Salem, Virginia, and he owned a number of labels, but I'm guessing he also owned this one, Trial Records. And he was also involved in getting the Rocketeens a hit with Woohoo, and that first came out on his own Duran label. Then he worked to deal with Morris Levy. So maybe this record is out of Virginia, I'm guessing that, but we're going to send it out to Calliope. It's from August 61, the Astronauts on Trial. The song is called Farewell.
Farewell, farewell to a smiling angel in a dream of love that's fading away. Oh, love, can't you see? I see your face within those clouds above. I won't leave you sad as you did moonlight, but if you love me, just tell me so. I love you come out tonight while I hold her so close in my heart. Oh, tell me, is this not true? I see your face in the clouds. I won't leave you sad as you did moonlight, but if you love me, let me go. I love you
There you go. I got duped by the, what did you say? A Cool Transport? It was a, I don't know, that name. Is it a Russian name? I don't know. They ban a lot of my videos, and they don't allow my videos to be seen in Russia. They do block them on YouTube. But anyway, that's for Calliope. That's from August 61, the Astronauts. The Astronauts on the Trial label, I'm guessing out of Virginia. The song is called Farewellas. It's not Farewellas, we just welcome in the Oldies and More Radio Network here to the program. And let's continue here. Now, here is a request for Kenny Mack, and I have to ask Kenny, because I don't know if he knows this song, but is anyone out there familiar with a 1952 song by Don Howard? And Don Howard, I think he had a hit with the record. It was called Oh Happy Day. It's actually not that bad of a record. And I have it on, I think it came out first on AAA Records with red vinyl, which is how I have it. And you also can get it on Essex Records, a blue label, Essex on red vinyl. But it's not really a group record, and it's not really that bad a record. But Kenny requested a group that covered this tune. It's on a label called Tara, which is out of Ohio. Now, it's arranged by Mike Joseph. Now, Mike Joseph, he was the lead singer of Mike and the Jays in 1960. That's a rare record on the Doyle label, and it also came out on this Tara label. But Mike Joseph also had other releases, but I'm sorry, he recorded as Ron Bennett on the Tara label in 61. But I'm thinking possibly this guy, Mike Joseph, is the lead singer of this group called the Skylights. That's my guess, but it actually is a cover, but an up-tempo cover of that Don Howard tune. This is for Kenny Mack, January 61. Give a listen to the Skylights. Skylights on Tara Records, and their rendition of the tune Oh Happy Day for Kenny.
They run, they run, they run, they ooh, up, up, ooh, up, up. They run, they run, they run, they ooh, up, up, ooh, up, up. They run, they run, they run, they ah.
The sun is shining, a happy day, no more troubles. Those skies are gray ever since you said those words to me. You said you love me, I know it's true, my life's complete, dear. Now I have you, oh, every day, oh, lucky me. When I go to sleep at night, I just dream happy days for you and I. The moon is shining, a happy night, come to me, darling, hold me tight, I need your love, really, yes, I do. When I go to sleep at night, I just dream of happy days for you and I. The moon is shining, a happy night, come to me, darling, hold me tight, I need your love, really, yes, I do.
They run, they run, they run, they ooh, up, up, ooh, up, up. They run, they run, they run, they ooh, up, up, ooh, up, up. They run, they run, they run, they ah.
That's going out to Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room, the Skylights there, doing the Don Howard tune, Oh Happy Day, January 61 on the Tara label. You had Headin' for the Poorhouse, which you probably didn't know that I played it on that Monday, the countdown of the 1958 survey, because that made the survey, might have been one of the records I closed with, second to last record I think I closed with on that 58 survey. We will be continuing number 290-something that I left off. But anyway, let's continue here in 61 as we go back to Philadelphia with this request for Ronnie Sherman, who's tuned into the program tonight. Got to say hello to Ronnie Sherman. Now, this group first recorded for Swan Records back in 1957. They also had a release in 58 on the Cameo label. They backed up John Zackerly and Cozy Morley and Charlie Gracie, other artists that recorded for the Cameo label. Then they had this release on Jerry Ross's Cheryl label, and tune co-written by one of the group members, John Hayes, produced by Jerry Ross, arranged by Bobby Martin. It features Jeanette Taylor on lead. This is a female lead, going out to Ronnie Sherman, July 61, the Coeds on Cheryl. It's called To Be or Not to Be? That is the question. No, To Be or Not to Be, going out to Ronnie Sherman.
To be or not to be in love with you from the start. That is the question I keep asking my heart.
Going out to Ronnie Sherman there. That is Jeanette Taylor and the Coeds, July 1961 on the Cheryl label. To be or not to be? That is the question. Yes, it is. Let's continue here. Let's move into 1962. This is a request for listener Jeff K. Thank you, Jeff, for all your emails and correspondence to Johnny G. This male quartet, they formed while attending Santa Rosa High School in L.A. back in 1959. They signed with Lou Bedell's Era record label, had 10 releases on the Era label. This is the B-side to their fifth. The flip side of this was actually a pretty big hit for them. It was called So This Is Love. But we're going to flip it over here. A request for Jeff K. It features Chuck Girard on lead. We go to February 62 for the Castells, a different Castells from what we heard earlier in the program out of Philadelphia, an early sound. These are the Castells from California on Error Records, and it's a B-side going out to Jeff K. It's called On the Street of Tears for Jeff.
On the street of tears stands a boy who is crying bitter tears for the love he has lost. On the street of tears there's a boy who is waiting just to see or hear of the love he has lost.
Night and day, for a glance as she goes walking by. Oh, she was his own, now you just hear him cry.
On the street of tears, there's a heart that is breaking. Each day is like a year on the lonely street of tears.
He waits night and day for a glance as she goes walking by. Oh, she was his own, now you just hear him cry.
On the street of tears, there's a heart that is breaking. Each day is like a year on the lonely street of tears. On the lonely street of tears.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's the B-side to So This Is Love. Was a big hit for the Castells. That's by request for Jeff K. February 62. The Castells with Chuck Girard on lead. On the Street of Tears is the name of the tune. They had later releases on Decca and Warner Brothers and Laurie Records. Now, Chuck also sang lead with a group called the Devons and also the Hondells. Yes. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. We also are welcoming in the Oldies and More Radio Network here to the program. We are counting down. Here we are in the 1962 cell block as we go out to Chicago for this next 45. It's on the Hit record label, and it's a request for California listener Matey Campoy, who is in our YouTube chat room. And this is a duo that I really don't know any information about. They are Homer and Casey, but they are doing a cover of a tune first recorded by the Swallows on the King label back in 1952. It was also covered by the Flamingos on N Records in 1960. But this is from 1962. This is going out to Matey Campoy out of California. She's in our YouTube chat room. Let's give a listen to Homer and Casey on Hit Records and their rendition of the tune Beside You for Matey.
Beside you, that's where I want to be forever. I'm like a soul lost in a river, searching for a helping hand. I love you. I guess, my dear, that's why I need you. Don't leave me bewildered, sad and blue. Make all my dreams come true. Hey, 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 each night, as I sleep, I see no one but you, my dearest. If I bore you, you'll find somebody new. I wish you joy, but if you find your love is sad and blue, you'll always know there is none, my dear, here in my heart for you. Whoa,
That's going out to Matey Campboy in our YouTube chat room. That's a cover tune there. Cover tune, Beside You, the name of the tune by Homer and Casey, 1962 release on the Hit label, Hit Records out of Chicago, but that sounds like a California record. It does, for some reason. Anyway, let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures, and let's go to Detroit, Michigan. This is another hard record to find. It's a request for listener Jimmy Amato. The group is called Rose Morris and the Delighters. The tune co-written by the label owner. His name is T.J. Fowler. This is from April of 1962. It's on a label called Puff Records, Puff, for Jimmy. Rose Morris and the Delighters. It's called I Love the Life I Live, for Jimmy.
Well, I'm a living the life I love, and I love the life I live. For when you came into my life, I knew I had found my thrill. For just having your love every day and night makes my whole world so bright. And I'm a living the life I love, and I love the life I live.
They're out of Detroit. It's a rare 45 on the Puff label by request for listener Jimmy Amato, Rose Morris and the Delighters, April 62 release on TJ Fowler's Puff record label. It's called I Love the Life I Live is the name of the tune. You know, we have to live our life because we don't know where our life will go, because it's really terrible. A lot of people in my circle of friends and family have passed away over the last 3 years. It's really kind of mind-boggling, all the stuff that's been going on, and these deaths. It's very sad. I went to visit George's widow, Louise, on Friday. I stopped in to look at the because he's had a bunch of CDs that he willed to me, and I had to see how I'm going to set it up here at the house here. But I was reminiscing with Louise about George, and I told her I would help her if she needed any help. Her daughter's been helping her, but it was very sad that I was, because I say that George is all around me and always has been with the records that he introduced me to. But it is sad, and it relates to this record because Jimmy Amato mentioned it to me. And when I used to buy records from Spence, he used to get some boxes from Joe Pascuzzo. And I saw on Facebook that he recently, not too long ago, he passed away. And I have some good records that I've purchased years ago from Joe. And Spence used to bring them over to me. He used to leave the box here. I used to play them on the set, and we would come up with a price, etc. But he was a member of this group, and this is like, I love this record, I really do. It's a great two-sided 45, but I love the ballad. But this group included Eddie Bryan, Wesley Cook, Clinton Davis, Joe Pascuzzo, and the lead singer, he's a Facebook friend, Dickie Harmon. Collectively, they were known as the Connotations. I think they were out of Hackensack, New Jersey, if I'm not mistaken. But this came out on the Technichord label, a tune written by Eddie Bryan, and I have it both on black. I think I got, I think it was Jeff, what's his name? Oh, I forget his name. Jeff Beck. Jeff Beck was selling out his collection, so I got his black vinyl copy, and Greg sold me this copy, I think for about $300, this copy on red vinyl. But let's dedicate this to the memory of the late Joe Pascuzzo. It's with Dickie Harmon on lead, 1962, The Connotations on Technichord. The song is called Before I Go.
Before I go, won't you give me one more kiss? Oh, my darling, if you are there. Oh, but right now I want to steal a kiss from your lips.
1962 release there, the Connotations. Connotations on the Technicord record label, Dickie Harmon on lead, Joe Pascuzzo, a member, the late Joe Pascuzzo, that we dedicate in his memory that tune, a great record, Before I Go. Johnny G here, almost time to go, not yet, but we're getting through here as we stay in 1962 with this request for Hawaii listener Butch Ford as we head to Hollywood, California to Larry Johnson's Vended record label. This singer, his name is Bobby Mack, a.k.a. Robert McLaughlin, and the uncredited group backing him up, I think they're called the Viceroys. The Viceroys, I think, is the group backing them up. But, oh yeah, they are. I have it here. James Conwell, Andrew White, Herbert White, Oliver Williams. They were called the Viceroys. This is on the Vended label, 1962. This is going out to Butch. Bobby Mack asking the question, how was your weekend?
How was your weekend? Did you go out on the town? Did you go out dancing with your new love you found? Or did you stay at home all alone and cry like I did since we said goodbye? How was your weekend? Did you have a ball? Did you go to the movies and dancing and all? Or did you stay at home all alone and cry like I did since we said goodbye? Did you walk the floor? Maybe till you couldn't stand it anymore. Saturday, did you just sit and cry? And on a Sunday, did you think you would die? Oh, how was your weekend? Did you stay at home, wishing and waiting by your telephone? Or did you try and phone and find your party not at home like I did since we said goodbye? Like I did since we said goodbye. Like I did since we said goodbye.
That's Bobby Mack and the uncredited Viceroys' 1962 release. Came out on the Vended record label. How was your weekend? That one there requested by Butch Ford. What a great tune that is. Bobby Mack, how was your weekend? And now Bobby Mack also recorded as a member of the Reorganized Marathons, who recorded Tight Sweater for RV Records, in addition to releases on Moonglow, Original Sound, and the B&O record label. We are in 1962. Here's a request for Mike Sape, sending it out to Johnny G and all the chatters as we go back to Philadelphia. Now, their debut single, this is their, or the A-side, I should say, of their debut single that came out on Eddie Joy's Joy label was a song called Bongo Stomp. Was sort of a mild hit for the group. It was their first of two on the Joy record label, but Mike Sape requested the flip side, and it features Joey Hall on lead. He was known as Little Joey. This is Little Joey and the Flips by request for Mike Sape to all you chatters and Johnny G. April 62 on Joy Records. It's called Lost Love. B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's the flip side of the Bongo Stomp, a song entitled Lost Love. That's by request from Mike Sape to all you chatters and Johnny G, April 62. Lost Love on the Joy record label. We continue here. Let's move into 1963 now with a request for listener Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room as we stay in Philadelphia, PA, for this group called the Monterey's, and this is on Fran Williamson's Impala label, a local label out of Philadelphia from April 63, going out to Chuck Mitchell, the Monterey's on Impala. It's called Without a Girl. They sound like the Jive 5 a little bit, you know, that April 63 release there, going out to Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room. Great sound there by the Monterey's on the Impala label. Without a Girl is the name of the tune. Let's stay in 1963. This is a request for Frank Cassie. I just played one of their later records by this group. I think, Adrian, you requested Willie Cooper and the Webbs. I played it on last Wednesday. I played a record for Adrian on the Wiz label by Willie Cooper and the Webbs, but this is their debut single. Actually, I think the B-side to their debut single, requested by Frank Cassie. They are a group out of Texas, and this one's on the Gaiden label, which is although there was a connection between Gaiden in Philadelphia and Texas, as there was with Jamie in Los Angeles, California. So there's all that connection with East Coast and West Coast. So they would get to some of the acts and put them on these East Coast labels, and vice versa, by the way. But this is their debut single from April 63. Frank Cassie, long gone to bed, gonna have to listen on the archive. These are the Webbs with Willie Cooper on lead. He also wrote the tune from April 63. The song is called Question. This is for Frank Cassie.
Question.
Most people want to know what causes love. Why of the world can't say what love is. A funny thing you have to learn day by day. What's the best remedy for heartbreak? It's laugh and pretend you don't care, or you will be the only one who knows the pain you bear. Though I'm not a prophet, your future I can't see. When friends of mine face problems, they bring them all to me. There were so many,
That's going out to Frank Cassie there, the sound of the Webs there. Willie Cooper on lead, April 1963, their debut single on Guidon Records, song entitled Question. We stay in 1963. This is actually an added flip side by your host, Johnny G, but I played a request, I think it was for Amnon and Big Dave Swinger on Art LeBeau's original sound label, a group called The Visions with Alexander Pete Dixon on lead. The song was called Cigarette. Remember that one? Give Me a Cigarette. But I like the flip side a little bit better. This is from April of 1963. Let's give a listen to The Visions before I file this one back down in the No Humidity basement. It's on Art LeBeau's original sound record label with Alexander Pete Dixon on lead. The Visions with their tune called Look at Me Now.
Look at me now. See how I feel. You play the game while I was real. Look at me now. Since you have gone,
April 63 release there for a group called The Visions. The Visions on the Art LeBeau's Original Sound Records out of Hollywood, California. Song entitled Look at Me Now. 3 more 45s to go before we sign off here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Here's a request for listener Adrian Viterbo as we go back to Ohio. This group out of Canton, Ohio, originally signed with Sid Nathan's King record label, had 2 releases as the Mascots on King Records. Then in 1961, they changed their name to the OJs. They would sign with H.B. Barnum's Little Star record label in 63 for 2 releases. Now, Adrian requested their first. Originally came out in February of 63 on that Little Star label, which I don't have it on Little Star. I have the second label when it came out on Imperial Records in April of 63. And so we're going to play it on the Imperial label. It's actually their first of 14 releases on Imperial Records. And it features Eddie Levert on lead. This is going out to Adrian, listening in Mexico in our YouTube chat room, April 63. These are the OJs on Imperial. It's called Crack Up Laughing.
I'm going to crack up laughing at you. I might stop laughing at you. You always cheated on me, and you told me I knew what to do. Well, I did, and I'm showing you that I think the last joke's on you. I might stop laughing at you. I said, I'm through with you, baby. I don't want you no more, baby. No more, baby.
That's going out to Adrian in our YouTube chat room. That's the first of 14 on Imperial Records for the OJs, first issued on Little Star Records, but I featured it on Imperial. The OJs with Eddie Levert on lead. Crack Up Laughing is the name of the tune. 2 more 45s to go here before Johnny G signs off here, as this group, they're originally from, is it Villas, 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 New Jersey? They consisted of brothers Steve and Robert Rappaport and a cousin, John Spirit. Collectively, they were known as the Randells, and they had a big hit on Don Kirshner's Chairman Records out of New York City, a song called The Martian Hop. But Mike Sape requested the flip side of the 45. And this is from May of 1963. Let's give a listen to the Randells. The Randells on the Chairman label, by request for Mike Sape in our YouTube chat room. Their first of two. It's a B-side to the Martian Hop. It's called Forgive Me, Darling, parentheses, I Have Lied. This is from Mike Sape.
I took her out just one last time. You were so loyal, I was so blind. You knew all along what was going on, but you kept it all inside. Forgive me, darling, I have lied. Da, 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 da. Forgive me, darling, I have lied. Da, 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 da. You saw us go that fateful night. I went, although I knew that it wasn't right. When I returned, you asked where had I been. I never suspected that you had seen. Forgive me, darling, I have lied. Da, 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 da. Forgive me, darling, I have lied. Da, 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 da. I said, all right, go if you must. I knew that I did not deserve your trust. But then you remade my will to live. As I turned to go, you whispered, I forgive. Forgive me, darling, I have lied. Da, 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 da. Forgive me, darling, I have lied. Da, 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 da,
There you go. That's going out by request for listener Mike Sape in our YouTube chat room. Those are the Randells. The Randells from May 1963. That's on the Chairman record label. That is the B-side to the Martian Hop song entitled Forgive Me, Darling, I Have Lied. That's going to do it for Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure Show. I want to thank you for joining Johnny G, listening to my cool 45s out of my collection. If you want to get in touch with Johnny G, send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com if you have requests. I've been getting some really nice emails from the listeners asking me about certain records, if I've ever heard of them, do I know this record, do I have an original, all these cool things. And I always answer, I try. If I miss it, it's because I'm overwhelmed, as sometimes I am during the week, because I'm multitasking. I'm very good at multitasking because when you work in the accounting field and in reporting, you have to be able to multitask to answer all the questions for all those big guys in the company. But anyway, it's always a lot of fun for me. It's very passionate for me to play this music, and it brings back a lot of memories, I know, to a lot of the listeners and also to me. So thank you all for tuning in tonight, and also for supporting the show. It's very important, I think, and I'm really happy for it. So as long as you're enjoying yourself, this is kind of like entertainment, I guess. And I even entertain myself. Isn't that odd? I'm entertaining myself. But anyway, so thank you all for tuning in tonight. I shall be back next Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 to midnight. If you like 1958 vocal group harmony, tune in on Monday, afternoon, if you're not working or on your lunch hour, you can tune in for a little bit. I'll be on at 1 p.m. here only on YouTube as we continue with the countdown of 1958. Some interesting records in that countdown, and I do have a whole bunch pulled out already, so it'll be a little easier for me to prepare for this show coming up. I'll be on Wednesday evening. If you like Soul 45's, tune in on Wednesday at 9 p.m., 9 to midnight on Oldies and More Radio, also live on YouTube. So, and then we'll be back again next Saturday again. We do it all over again with all your requests. Thank you all for tuning in, but we're going to close the show tonight with a request for Butch Ford in Hawaii. He's going to have to listen on the archive, I'm sure. And this group out of Los Angeles, California. And the interesting thing with this 45 is that the song was co-written and arranged by, guess who? The only female of the Platters, Zola Taylor. Yes, Zola Taylor. She was a member of the Platters. This is on a label called JD, Jaadee, JD Records, and to differentiate it from the other Jaydee. But the group is called the Fabulous Idols. It appears to be their only release, and Butch Ford requested this. August 64. The closer tonight is by the Fabulous Fidels on JD. It's called West Side Boy, East Side Girl. I'm an East Side boy. Well, anyway, that's going to do it, folks. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, Charlene, again for all your help. And I'll see you here next time on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Everybody have a safe and happy week. Just want to say, everybody, so long.
West Side boy, East Side girl, each living in a different world. They try to see each other yet and still they know they're going against their parents' will. She lives on the east side, I live on the west side, and everybody's talking about our love affair. West Side boy, East Side girl, each living in a different world. Although she's so far away from me, we have not the trust of our family. Though we're just teenagers, not yet alone. When we are together, why don't they leave us alone? West Side boy, East Side girl, each living in a different world. We try to see each other yet and still we know we're going against our parents' will. She lives on the east side, I live on the west side, and everybody's talking about our love affair. About our love affair. West Side boy, East Side girl, each living in a different world. We try to see each other yet and still we know we're going against our parents' will. West Side boy, East Side girl, West Side boy, East Side girl.
Okay, folks, the show is officially over, so thank you all for that. And I told Darren wanted to hear this song. So Darren rarely doesn't give me any requests, but I will fill a request in for Darren. And the only reason why this song kind of gives me a memory thing is because my parents used to go out to the Italian club. We had an Italian club here in Terrytown, and they would go on Saturday nights. They'd have parties and whatnot. So we would stay with my grandmother, and my Aunt Mary they would make us like hamburgers or spaghetti and all this food and all this cake, and then we would sit down, and I used to like to watch Chiller Theater. And on one of the Chiller Theaters, maybe some of you might remember it, it kind of showed I think it was the planet Saturn, and with the ring around it, and there might have been like a spaceship, and there was this tingling sound before that. Well, that's what I heard on this record. Not that I even knew this record as a kid, 58, because I was only 5 years old when this record came out in 63. But it reminds me of Chiller Theater. I forget, it was Channel 11, I think it was. And wasn't Clay Cole on there for a while? Was Clay Cole was on Saturday nights, and then, or they had Superman, and then Clay Cole, and then Chiller Theater, something like that. Something like that I remember. But anyway, so I said I'll play this for Darren in our chat room, Record Hound in Canada. So we'll play this for him. This is a bonus for him. So I know many of you have gone off to sleep. I have to go to sleep myself. Going to look at some records tomorrow. But this is a special request for Darren in our chat room. These are the Randells with a big hit. Let's see if I get a copyright issue for this. This is called The Martian Hop for Darren.
Just discovered an important note from space. The Martians plan to